Shining is the land's light of justice. Ever flows the land's well of purpose. Walk free, walk free, walk free. Believe the lamb's alive. So believe.
The fabric of the star had begun to fray, its land rent by tooth and claw.
Are you all right?
I can look after myself, you know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel, and yet... there were those who stood in defiance of that fate.
The hour is come, retry. It's all or nothing.
But will our heroes deign to play their part? You took your time.
'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh.
Wings of hope, you rise.
would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we scions will fight. Until the heavens fall. Until our last breath.
I don't think we can call December fall. They were already pushing it with November. But hi! How you doing? It's Endwalker time. We're not going to watch the launch trailer right now, but we're going to, because the queue is already at over 2,000 people, and I haven't loaded it yet because I want to show you the starting screen, but I always start with the trailer. So hi, how you doing? I'm in Texas right now. It's 3 a.m. If my voice is echoing, it's because this room isn't sound treated. But I'm also closer to the mic than I usually am, so I'm hoping that balances it out. I hope you enjoy listening to me read, because I feel like that's mostly what's going to happen. Also, I hope you enjoy looking at queues. But first, we're going to go ahead and launch up the game, and I'll show you the starting screen. Little lag. Little skip. There it is. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, that's so good. I love it. I already knew this was coming because I showed it in one of the live letters, so. Now comes the real struggle. Connecting to the data center. I've had half an eye on Twitter, and everybody seems to be having some kind of a problem with it. Some people are in really long queues, some people are getting error messages. I'm imagining there is an extremely large amount of people trying to connect right now, which is why I have a bunch of other things for us to look at while we're waiting for this to actually load. Actually, what I will do... Hey, there we go. Expected that. This is probably what we're going to have to deal with for a little bit. So while I'm attempting to get into the game, I'm going to go ahead and keep playing some music. You can have the rest of answers. We're partway through. We got progress. Okay. Let me in. Let me in. 2,465. You know what? I'll take it. We're also going to switch to this version of the overlay since now we're actually in the game. Finally. I'm still going to keep regular stuff going. I have a bag of beef jerky, so I apologize for the plastic noises. But, you know, snacks. So now that we're actually sitting in the queue, I can go over some of the other stuff that I have here. So, I personally don't think that mute this. The Shadowbringers launch trailer, I think, had a major spoiler in it, and I don't think I would have well, I enjoyed watching it, but it's something I would have wanted to see live. I don't think the Endwalker trailer has any major spoilers. So we've seen the cinematic trailer. This is the launch trailer, which is more focused on what the actual story is going to be about. So we're going to watch this while we're waiting for the queue. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Have a safe journey, and please, be careful.
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Maybe we don't belong here. But neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Walk free and bear the light for others to follow.
Let me relieve you of your burden. You have suffered enough.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
Bereft of hope, and now dignity. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared.
I won't lose them. Not a one.
But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
We've come too far to back down now. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
To have you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
So, welcome back. The, that last bit, people think is an Alphino death flag. I don't agree, but I still don't think Alphino and Alize are safe. I think at least one of them is going to die. And that... I don't think both of them will die, because it is much more upsetting if only one of them dies. I don't know which one, but I can think of tons of contexts where it would be horrible. I'm emotionally prepared for one of my children to die. At least one of them. And we still have a queue to go through. Welcome, YouTube people. You have skipped an hour. We have skipped an hour ahead in time. We are finally in the game. So we're gonna go ahead. It's just a standard, you know, mentor stuff has changed. That is fine. Beast Gauge unlocked. Yes, I know. Thank you. Like there's anything different in here. Close this. Oh. Would just instantly get tank you Dark Knight 5? Excuse me? Okay. Sure, why not? 1 second. 700 duties. Okay. That's so funny. What do I get for that? Of unbreakable principle. Give me my title. I'm done already. It's a really nice interface though, actually. Okay. That's weird. It says I have it, but it's not, like, colored in yet. So I guess we'll have to see. Anyway. We're not here for that. We're here for the story. Give me 2 seconds. I just realized that my, actions bar is a bit screwy. Just gonna really quickly fix something on my bars, and then we'll be good. Go back over here. Making a small change to my quick actions so I can actually get at them a bit easier. Okay. So, finally. Hello. Welcome. It's been 84 years, but we're here. Nothing has really changed with Warrior, the core of Warrior gameplay, so it's not like my hotbars are all busted up or anything like that. So we'll be fine in that regard. If you want to see something that's busted, look at the summoner one. Look at all those grayed out skills. Oof. This one's just a question mark. Bio doesn't even exist anymore. Dot's deleted. We're not going to worry about that though. The important thing is that Warrior is almost completely unchanged. And I will find spots for the new skills when we get there. We'll worry about it when we'll get there when we get there. For now though, we're going to go ahead and start up MSQ. Woo! In case you have sort of scooted ahead, just a reminder, I am not at home right now, so my controls might be a little janky. You might hear a really clicky keyboard, or my camera might spin a little faster or slower than you're used to, and you might hear a bit of an echo in my voice, because this room is not sound treated like my room at home. But you know, the clicky keyboard's kind of nice, even if it's loud, so... We'll see if any of these guys have updated dialogue. Oh. So that is all the same. So we will go ahead and get started. Here's our very first quest. The next ship to sail. Alphino is feeling the need to take stock. Erlen, do you have some time to talk? I mean, yeah, bro. It's been an hour. I got tons of time. I'd like to gather everyone in Dawn's respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. I'd love a voiced cutscene right off the bat, so I don't have to read. Nope. This music's nice. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. I'm just listening to the music. It's really distracting me because it's really cute. Anyway, unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Zeno Zia Galvis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlian, I am sure of it. Master Fortuno's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. It absolutely is, and I'm gonna wring it out of Fortuno's scrawny little neck. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kryl. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. I'm amazed she got anybody to agree if they're not even listening to her. If the forum's trying to ignore her, the fact that she was, and like, making a big show out of ignoring her, the fact that she was able to orchestrate any travel there is hilarious. Anyway, You're to head to Limsa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. Ah, so she lied. So she lied. Okay. You know, I'll take it. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. You should set off at once. I feel like he is not. You are also lying. You are not eager. You do not care. Like, Alize cares more about their family than he does. Which is fair. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. I missed Tataru's little Kugane outfit. It was really cute. Oh, that's a cute quest, accept sound. It's very quiet compared to the Shadowbringers one. Okay. So as is the case, 100% of the time I always talk to NPCs along the way, but there is nobody here except for the bartender. No offense. I don't want to talk to you. I think my mouse spin speed is a little different. Give me a second to adjust that smidge. Get it to 75. Nice. I'm also not zoomed out all the way. We'll see once we're out in an open space. That's not a patch thing, that's a I'm playing on a different computer thing. Oh, we'll see. I think I could just teleport to Limsa and probably should have, but yeah. Let's get out here. Okay. Zoom out the camera. Okay, we're back to normal. So, I had it set at 100 before. Oh yeah, the ether compass is gone now. It's in, sorry. Let me grab this. I'll put that over here. There we go. So, anyway. When I got here, I checked, like I had logged in before it went down for maintenance and checked things and adjusted the mouse speed to the mouse that was currently being used. But then earlier today we went out and got a mouse that is the same as the one that I have at home, and that affected the sensitivity. So it is now back up to what it was before. Yay. You'll probably also notice that I usually have character names on. Oh, there! We've seen our first bunny boy in a maid dress. That didn't take long. Actually, let's investigate that while we're here. Okay, they're still a little slouched. They still got some bad neck posture. But that's not too bad. Their, like, spine is a little more straightened out. Is this another one? There's another one. A cute standing pose. Okay, yeah, their run is definitely, like, straighter up, too. That's good. Anyway. I hid player names is the point I'm getting at here. You will still see the full names and titles of my friends. Those are orange names. But player names will be hidden unless I click on them, and if you do see them, all you're going to see is their initials. Because I'm trying to keep the screen a little cleaner. Usually, I am a big fan of keeping everything visible all the time, especially because I like funny names. But I wanted to do something special. I feel like it's a better viewing experience for others when there is not a huge cluster of names swarming around things. Like that. Like if you could see all those names. Whew. Who am I talking to? Is Tataru in here? I literally don't know who I'm even supposed to be talking to. I'm assuming Tataru is in here somewhere. Hello, ma'am. Everybody's— oh, there she is. I found her name finally. Okay, Tataru is in here. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlene should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I don't think there was an option to talk to the others, so... Is that the samurai NPC? The little potato? Huh.
They've almost finished loading our cargo.
Oh, thank God.
We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's winds are brought into sharp relief.
I just like to take a moment before I progress any further to say the voice acting was a little weird for 5.4 and 5.5, I assume because of COVID stuff, but I'm pleased to report that they sound like themselves again, so yay! Moving on.
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
They're giving us the Thancred deep lore that was only in, like, the side story, like, written content. This is interesting.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlene, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Judging by the scowl, I'm gonna say no.
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
He's just trying to pass the time, bro.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
You say, but you look sad, so what's wrong?
It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell-bent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Oh. I'll bring them back. Oh, that's not a good thing to promise, because I'm pretty sure at least one of them's gonna die, but you know what? I'll say it anyway. I'll bring them back safe and sound. I promise. Please don't get mad at me when I come back with one or more less than what we left with. I'll bring you back at least 75%. Don't hold me to it. I'll hold me to 75%. At least that many is coming back. I hope.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Oh, these guys. Hey. Been like a million years. How you doing?
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
You coming too?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Well, fair enough. Take care of yourselves.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
Wait, have these guys been voiced before? I don't think they have. Maybe they have, but it would have been a really long time ago. This is cool.
We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
God, they really had to remind people who haven't played the game in a hot minute who these guys are. The Scions are indeed more than just this motley crew.
Set the sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Hi, Tataru.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Oh.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Literal depths? Like ocean depths again? Ooh, cool. Also, good choice. I can't believe I was genuinely surprised that they made Emmett the narrator, because he was the narrator of the trailer. Whose voice is mysteriously echoey. Could he perhaps be narrating from the live stream? We'll find out. Well, I'm just glad we get to hear him some more. He's got great voice work. New map, finally. Ow, my arm. Let's go. Welcome to Sharlayan. Come on. Finish loading. Let me in. Let me in. Oh, there we go. Already? Wait.
Here.
Fuck you.
Feel.
This is the 1.0 Limsa starting cutscene. I just watched this, like, last week.
Think.
What? What? way!
It's barely dawned, my fellow.
That was shot for shot, exactly the same.
Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. I'm having a moment here already.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
Why would you hear it? You've not heard Heidelin before.
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Also, they immediately hit me with answers. I said if they put answers in here somewhere, I'm gonna freak out. So they hit me with answers and a 1.0 cutscene recreation. They are going all out. I'm gonna die. This expansion is gonna kill me. I've been playing for like half an hour, and I'm already... Now we just need a second star shower cutscene to mimic the star shower vision that we had in the 1.0 cutscene. Oh, hello. Having a nice time out here. I'm still pretty confident you're Vinat. How you doing?
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Well, I mean, you could still be Vinat.
Hear, feel, think.
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
And thus do we meet face to face at last.
Oh.
My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Okay, well, I'm still thinking you have something to do with Vinat, but I guess I'll call you Heidelin for now. Ma'am. I could trust your words now. I'm not gonna be mean to her. She's being nice-ish so far. Yeah, why now, Heidelin? Vinat.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
I don't. I'd like you to say it out loud.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am. What Heidelin has always been. A primal.
Mm-hmm. Squinty.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse, which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
Oh, so you can't bring me to you, so you come to me, I guess. You could have done this from the start.
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid.
Okay. I'll speak your piece.
Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
Okay... Wait, you mean like literally, or what?
Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
Okay.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Hmm? Well, that's gonna come back later. Was it
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
Was it perhaps a promise to Elidibus? At journey's end, we will meet again?
Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land.
We'll see. Anyway.
We shall meet again. And soon.
I know, it's just coincidence. But still. Bye, Crystal Mom. Probably gonna have to kill you later. Sorry in advance.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
No.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Oh.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
There's the theme.
There she is. Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
It's just a little blurry in the background. It's good stuff.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Found family's better than actual
Thank you, my
family,
friends.
basically.
We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
I really want to like take a moment and show you how that cutscene was shot for shot exactly the same, but I'm not gonna do it right now. Just trust me on it. Go look it up if you want. Title card! Screenshot. Ooh, nice little after sparkle. I just want to like get on with it, so I'm not gonna show you, but like I literally...
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas.
Okay, I'll shut up.
Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan's soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Right! I forgot that ocean is called the Empty. Huh.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Oh, you know they would.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Charlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Crown has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
That is a good point. I did kind of forget.
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
God, you're asking the dude who hasn't been here in literally over 100 years if he knows where things are. He's like the worst person to ask. Okay. I think it switched to night music partway through the cutscene, and I got really distracted by the music change.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Wait, the Y is pronounced like an I? Actually, I think she just said it kind of quick.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Neat.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
They're probably not in the book anymore. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe they are still in the list?
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Ah.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
Oof.
These last two are not Charlian natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
What? Ooh. Ooh. Don't be bold. Don't be overconfident. Erlen Ka, adventurer by trade. That's not wrong. It's true.
An adventurer.
What?
Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
Why do they always say that with such a tone, lady? You don't know me, and you probably wouldn't care if you knew what I did, but...
And you, sir?
Estinian Varlino.
Ooh!
Formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Ooh, we get his real last name! That's nice. I'm taking a screenshot. Just so I can remember that. I always forget that Wormblood's technically a title. Neat.
Formerly, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
He's technically also an adventurer. He is unemployed.
If you'll allow me...
Oh, hey, Crow.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
One moment. Banning a bot. There you go.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Okay, who's gonna start shit first? Something's gonna happen here.
Cryle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear.
I kinda wish Kryle had a different outfit when she came over here. Like, I like the Kitty Hood outfit. It's cute, but like, she deserves something new.
There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Wow, Estinian.
I
Wow.
had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Look at Estinian out here with a personality. Wow. Okay, I see a gobby. Whatever the hell is going on over here. Oh, they're mammoths. Okay. Oh, things are still loading. I see. Is it foggy? Oh, it is. Of course it's foggy. What terrible weather to get here. We can't see anything. It's nighttime. It's foggy. It's fine. Let's talk to everybody. It wants us to talk to Kryle, so we'll talk to everybody else first. We're doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, Carolyn, the city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome, Carolyn. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. Even allowing that the years I spent in the first passed here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry, after all. About Alize. There she is. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. Braha. And Estinian, he's here too, right? Here we are at last, the great city of Charlian. You may have noticed some similarities with the Crystarium, yes? In fact, Oh, but we should really let Kryle have her say first. We can continue this conversation at another time. You nerd! Wait! Did you? This remains to be seen. Okay, okay. Some of the structures have similar shapes, I think? Like pillars and stuff. It's a bit hard to see during the nighttime, but I would love to talk about that more later. I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? You could have just said you were unemployed. Anyway. Ryle. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Yay. Neat. This text change? Oh, okay, back to Kryle. All this gear is going into a box because it's not going to be useful for a while. But later on I can probably sell it for a profit. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Carolyn and Estinian's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? It's a fine suggestion. You may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. Go bang on their door. Forshno, open up. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. Is Ishtola's, like, family here, aside from her sister? Never actually occurred to me. Is the Y tribe here? I know. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. Oh, we're gonna have some Moonbreeda sadness, aren't we? Okay. Anticipating that for later. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. There he goes. Bye. But I could... Oh. Oh, no. Well, Raha. Oh yeah, they're friends! I forgot! They're friends! Cute. Okay, moving on. Anyway. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. You call him old? Oh, I mean he is, but still. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Carolyn. Charlian awaits. Jeez. That first beat. Also, each curve of the sea was around one of my eyes in that shot, and it looked really silly. Hello, Kryle. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? Yeah! I'm getting the same kind of vibes, Azalea. She's being, like, really friendly, but also, like, if I think they're doing something, like they have some secret plan, because Kryle was the one that contacted him first about coming back and working with the Scions. So it's possible she may have assigned him some, like, extra job or something. And that's why he's not leaving. Or they are just very cute, so I wouldn't mind that either. It's cute. Anyway, after you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Rahatia is now accompanying you. And the screenshots. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Grahatia behind by entering a different area using the Ethernet, or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with him at any time and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have him accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While he is accompanying you, next try speaking with Kryle. Cool, so does he actually like... Ah, that's so cute! Oh my god! So if I talk to him... Talk. Do not forget Mr. Kryle, our worthy guide. Neat! All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Oh. Kryle is now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the Last Stand and speak with Kryle at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Either enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. That's so cute! That's so cute! Oh my god! What do you say? Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the Last Stand is actually a very important part of the city. Oh my god! That's really cute. So I'm just gonna follow the this up. Sure, we're gonna go past the main Aetheryte in a minute, but the Thaliac statue. Oh! This Neuencrest site right here, the name of the other dock, what I assume is the other dock. The big ship that is stranded high up in the mountains in Irabania is called Neuencrest's Hope. So that's some fun trivia for you. It's a name I wasn't expecting to see. Moving on. Guess that's where it wants me to go. And this is the extra conversation point. So do they... Oh, they're cute! They get little speech bubbles. This is adorable. Okay. Discuss the giant statue in the harbor. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. I can't spin my camera in that direction. The great statue of Thaliac. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Right there. Kryle says, the path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliac Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlene people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliac was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charlians can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. Cool. So, like... Can I go out there? How far will these guys follow me? Oh, there's a door. Is it open? Nope. It's a coffee shop. Okay. We are now here. Ryle. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. They're British. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha, but surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? Stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. Yeah, there we go. Have anything different to say here? Students of Baldessian would send us to investigate phenomena in locations across the world, so our funds were always stretched thin, and any spare coin I had went to books that caught my eye. Food was the least of my concerns, though now, having lived through some rather harrowing times, I've learned what a fortunate thing it is to be able to eat your fill. Okay, what about you? Okay, generic. What a cute little place this is. So I guess this over here is part of it. This is like where you order your food and stuff. And then this is like the eating area over here. Oh, this is a new item that got added for MGP, by the way. These big Diablo swings. That's pretty cool. So many named characters. Moving on. It's not foggy anymore. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning aetheryte. Remember to tune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. You have anything to say about this? Oh, the markets. I always did look forward to seeing what new wares they had on offer. Big shell aetherite touch. Yeah. So many bunny boys. So many bunuis. Hey, where am I going? Oh, well, I see something over here. This is an optional one. Discuss the bookstalls. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Ah, perhaps I'll return here later then. Aww. About you, what do you have to say? These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlian. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. It's cute. Oh! It's not flat! I thought it was just like... I didn't realize it was like an actual like booth in the back. That's cute. So this is the equivalent of... Full Plate Armoire Proprietor? That's quite a title. We're not gonna need this, but like, you know. Look at that! The lion's coat. Like, it was already dyeable, but I guess this is just a different color pattern. Yeah. Okay. Well, that looks pretty cool. I'll have to remember that for later. Might make an outfit with that later. Actually, I need to look at the striking one, because the striking chest had some like awkward purple parts on it before. Oh good, I could wear that if I wanted to. I'm so excited. I'll remember that for later. That's probably something I'll get as a quest reward. Oh yeah, there's my belts. Is there an aetheryte in here? Tool supplier. Stone trader, retainer. Nice little area. Where are they? There. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? Ahem. On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Is there not an Aetheryte here? Not here. Well, I guess it's right beside the main plaza, so that makes sense. I'm not gonna wander to the other areas until I'm kind of like let off my string. I'm on a leash right now. Following the rules. It's Aetheryte Plaza. That is not a player. Water features, fountains and stuff. These little decorative features are typical of Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is a nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlians, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ear. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and the propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Neat. That's pretty cool. And we've still gotta go up. Rostra. This is a nice view. Look how pretty this is. with going out in the trees and everything. I love it. Here, there's people looking out in the distance. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. So what I'm hearing is Fortuno is in there. Let me look. Fine. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the First. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. Aww. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. New to say? Do not feel the cold. Granted, it is not terribly chilly for these northern climes, but compared to the temperate weather of Limsolo Minsa, that's cool. That. District of Journey's End occupies the eastern block of the city, so all we need to do is take the stairs down. Rostra. I mean, he had a lot of, like, curved, like, domed ceilings and big open areas with random pillars, if that's what he's talking about. It's not quite the same, but I guess I can see it. Look at the sunrise. Sunrise starting. Knock, knock, open up. I saw the door move. Let me in. I'm veering off the path. Knock, knock, where's Fortuno? These chairs look uncomfortable. We're really just like screwing off now. There's no aetheryte up here, I just want to look at stuff. This connects back outside. This has a chocobo keep beside it and an arrow, so I assume... I think I know where this leads, because I gotta look at it. Yeah! Okay, this is the portal to Labyrinthos, probably. Elevator, specifically. Lifts are out of service. For those who have no idea what I'm talking about, because they didn't watch stuff, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, we'll get there. It's a zone portal. That's all you need to know. Zone transition. I have no idea when we'll get there, but like, it's very clearly marked, so I assume we'll probably go there early? We'll see. Almost daytime. We should be getting the day music in a couple of minutes. Kinda wanted to stay up there until daytime, but fine, we're making progress. And like, we're gonna be here for a while, so it's not like we're never gonna see the daytime here. Hey, Journey's End. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Jungkref built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. So this is where Fortuno is. Point me at him. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveilleur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza? Correct. After you, Carolyn. Ah, the good old Annex. I used to bunk there whenever I had business in the city proper, like the time I came to submit the thesis for my Archon qualification. Well, I'm gonna go get these Aetherites. And daytime. Lahi. Oh god! Look at that earthly star! What? This is the middle, obviously. That's like the size of a boss arena. That's wild. So, does he... Wow. So, like, this is the Leveilleur house, right? Yeah. Will it open? Is the door closed for me, or can I, like, shove my face in it? I'm coming in! Fortuno, where are you? If the door opens, that means you let me in. No. Boo. I'll assume those side doors don't open. Ooh. Check that out in a minute. I want to look under here. I assume this also doesn't open. Yep. I saw a nice view I want to look at. This isn't the day music I expected. In the trailer for the zone, I don't think this was the music that was playing. Maybe it changes later? These. Look at that! Ooh. They can open one at a time, too. This. How pretty. Anyway, there's another Aetherite down here to get. The day music here kind of has the same energy as the night music in the Mysterium, with like the echoey voice effect on the vocals. It's kind of fun. These don't open. Okay. Oh, there's an optional point here. Nice. Arlian is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. There's the tune. From the trailer. Oh, right. That reminds me too. The music that they played in the trailer when they revealed this area was this tune that's currently playing, but it had kind of like a classical music vibe, which this is not in the slightest. This is completely different from what was in the trailer. So I'm hoping that means the really obnoxious Labyrinthos music won't be there with the kazoos and everything. We'll see. Anyway, not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Right, we crossed this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path, and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Okay. Oh wait, I don't have whatever this one is. Oh, the Studium. Okay. Second to last. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. I'm back, and I've brought Carolyn and Raha with me. Is that Ejika? Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. Yeah, it's not Ejika. Okay. He just has the same hair as Ejika. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Carolyn. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Oh! A sibling! That's why he looks like Ejika. Okay. Ejika and Ojika. God. Lalafell families must be so hard to name. Ojika Sinjika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika, okay, cousin, of Ejika Sinjika, an administration officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. I read the reports on the Eureka expedition. I hope Ejika didn't cause you too much trouble. He's impatient and impetuous, but a good sort at heart. For the record, I just finished Eureka. Like, I did Baldessian Arsenal like a couple of days ago, because I figured, well, because I wanted to, but also just in case it would be relevant. Nice to know it was. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian, so this to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the Annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Now that our former headquarters is on the wrong side of the world, among other things, the Annex has become our new base of operations, for all intents and purposes. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Yes. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Huh? Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Okay, so it's not an inn room. Ah, the nap room's perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may rest assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known among the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. That's interesting. So there's no, like, the last stand, I guess. Or not the last stand. Yeah, the last stand. The tavern is not an inn. Technically, there's not an inn here in this city, I guess. Which is an interesting choice. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. You got it. This is very interesting, I must say. You have papers pasted on the walls of your room. It was not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to some other members, or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for the students of Baldesion and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. I want to go in the inn room, but I'm gonna wait a second. Okay, there's a mender out here. There's this board that I can't click on or do anything with yet. It's raining now. I'm gonna go over in this direction. Hold on. Oh! The music changes when you walk in and out of the doors. I like it. Huh. I noticed that earlier when I was running around in the Leveilleur house, but I didn't, like, I noticed it subconsciously that the music had changed, but I didn't, like, consciously realize it. That's cool. So I don't know if the story is actually going to take me up here since this is a crafting and gathering area, so I'm going to go ahead and get the Aetheryte just because it's the last one I need. It's quite a big area though, so I imagine it will probably come here for some reason. That's all of them? Yeah. Stick my nose in here for a sec. Oh, there's a summoning bell in here. Oh, I guess if it's like crystalline mean, that makes sense. Anyway, we're going back to the Baldesion Annex. Right, this is the new teleport interface with the maps and stuff. So you can click the actual thing and then click it again to confirm, or you click somewhere else. You can click it on the map and it will take you as well. So I think that's a really nice change, because I have no idea where things are a lot of the time, especially in places like Ul'dah. Okay. Let's check what the inn room is like as soon as Ojika wants to load in. There he is. Send me to the nap room. Let's see. Let's inspect their place. Ooh. Oh, this is cute. Oh. So it is the inn, more or less, but it doesn't actually play the in-room music. I'm hoping that this area will be used kind of similarly to how your room in Appendance is in, was in Shadowbringers, because I thought that was really cool that they actually used that as a location. Look at this little picture of Cerberus. It's cute. Not Cerberus, Behemoth. Wrong word, wrong name. Still. Oh look, cool art of Ifrit. Neat. Yeah, the way this is set up, they have to use this as a setting for things. Like, they wouldn't have put all these chairs and things in here if we weren't using this for something later. On that note, I'm sending my retainers out for ventures because they can now level up. They can't progress higher than my level, but I can still send them out and get them, I think, ready to level up. Okay. You know what I haven't looked at before I get out here? Oh, that's weird. I don't like it. I'm looking at the missing slot where the belts were. I'll get used to it, but it feels really empty that there's just nothing here now. Okay. Ooh, that's taken a hot minute. There we go. Now we'll head on into the main hall and pray for a voiced cutscene so I can stop reading for a bit. Ooh, that's a nice big room. We got more art plastered on the walls. Moogles and King Moggle Mug. I see. Excellent. That's the West Shroud. That's a map of the Far East. Garuda. I don't know what that is. The Sea of Clouds, maybe? I've seen it before. I know what it is, but it's been a while. Oh, here we go. I'm pretty sure. Like, I've seen it in artwork. It looks like the Sea of Clouds. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I recognize some of the shapes. Yeah, I think it is the Sea of Clouds. This is Aldenard. There's a whole big world map. How nice of them to put it on display in a convenient location. Including Dalmasca and all that fun stuff. What's that? Huh. This was an area, if I think that's Eureka over there. Anyway, this I think was, it looks like an area in Mordona where Xande's tomb was in 1.0 before stuff happened with the Calamity. Is that a Garlean ship? I don't know what that is. That's Mordona right there, I'm pretty sure. That's a thing from Dalamud falling out. It's a lot of nice details here. This is cool. Anyway, hi Kryle. Sorry to circle awkwardly around your room for a while. What's up? Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
Oh good, it's voiced.
It's fine, Oriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum.
Kind of change.
As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
So it's very suspicious that all of these different people are agreeing on something unanimously.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. It was as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
You know, the Sharlayans aren't planning on just up and leaving, are they? I mean, they wouldn't be the first nation to try and do that. Like, Mok tried to do it as well. Like, just peace out. And that's why they're not talking to anybody.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown.
And explains all the pictures of, like, various locations.
The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Favner.
See.
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, and having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
So basically, this is the story split section where you have to do both, but it doesn't matter what order you do them in. Okay.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Jeez, who does there even leave for Thavnair? Estinian?
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Oh, Thancred, too.
Of course! The more the merrier.
The gang's freaking staying here, I guess.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair.
The rest of us? That's like 2 of you.
Thoughts? Objections?
Oh wait, Urianger. Whoops.
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Well, I feel like starting with the Sharlayan investigation first would make sense, since we're already here. Like, we just got here and we're gonna leave again? Seems kinda silly. Let's talk to the gang. Though I have read much on the subject of Radzahan, this visit shall be my first. It will be interesting to see how the Hanish mean to contend— Anish, probably— means contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So it's back to Thavnair. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. I'm not gonna talk to Thancred because I don't want to start the quest. Talk to these guys. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We'll need to dig deeper, and with the greatest of care. The process by which Forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate. Yet fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. Fair enough. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. Hi, Crow. Reading the books. Crow is intent on uncovering the reason behind the Forum's inexplicable behavior. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say, now progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let's reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Ah, one of the buildings that I was near but didn't go in because I figured it was important because it was big. Good to know. You can chill, Thancred. I'll come back for you. Both of these missions are super important and should be done as soon as possible, so rather than splitting up reasonably and going, we're gonna do one at a time. No rush or anything, you know. Not like we're trying to save the world and on a strict time limit or anything. Oh, hunt unlock. I'll go do that. So another thing that I do as well, which I guess we'll start doing now that we're like out in the wilderness and in the sort of free roaming section. I always do the quests in the starting cities because they're meant to teach you the lay of the land. And also I don't like quest markers on my screen, so... Oh, it's a potato. Hello. My eyes deceive me, are you Carolyn Ka? The very same. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ha, I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes? They're not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray speak with Northoda, the Peristyle, to register your interest at your earliest convenience. Okay. The hunts here do also use sacks of nuts from, same as Shadowbringers, so that's kind of fun. No Clan Centurio here. Guild ship hunt board. Hello. Hi, I'm Northoda. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? I was sent here by a tater. Ah, the scholar, you're Carolyn? I was half convinced I'd set the others an impossible task, asking them to find you. The Gleaner's Guild ship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after, but I find it's best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple enough. That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Okay. Guild ship hunts, now accessible. This is just purely level based, so I don't have to... Yeah. Like, you don't actually have to do anything, you just have to reach a certain level. There's not like a hunt requirement. Actually, I'm not going to skip through this very much in case it shows me something that I shouldn't see. Cat! That's a Siamese cat! I can tell from the tiny picture. I want it. I could get it. Oh, the Diablo's wings come from here. Neat. Give me the cat. These are my priorities. Give cat. It's so cute. Ooh, it's so pretty. I'm gonna put Torajiro back on, but like, you know, it's a cat, so... There's a leave thing here, too? To be a disciple of the hand or land, level 80 or above. That's probably gonna point. You strike me as someone who isn't afraid to get her hands dirty, and I don't mean that as a euphemism. I'm interested in a bit of good old-fashioned hard work. But perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. I am Greg. Oh, one of Charlene's gleaners. It is our role to procure material, samples, knowledge, all you can imagine, and more. Naturally, it would be difficult for any one person to comb the world each time our countrymen ask something of us. Thus did we form a guildship, the better to share information and see the requests we receive to the hands of those best suited to fulfilling them. Some requests, for instance, are better assigned to those who demonstrate a certain degree of finesse and persistence, and the calluses upon your hands tell me you are one such person. I understand that you may feel some trepidation given the somewhat lax selection process. As you like us not suspect, the Forum would never officially recognize a traveler from another nation as a gleaner. Unofficially, however, we're up to our necks in requests as of late, and they're coming in faster than ever before. We'll take any talent we can get and pay a good coin for it, so please tell me you're interested. I don't care about leaves, I just wanted that off my screen. Back we go. I know where we need to go, but like I said, we're detouring for side quests. Since we're kind of in like the free area now. The introduction to the city is over. A literary delivery. Are you one of those adventuring types I've heard so much about? Oh, but this is perfect. I just happen to have an errand of the kind that adventurers love, or so I'm told. I'm holding on to some volumes my customers ordered in, but instead of coming to pick them up, they've all decided that they want their books delivered. So I find myself in need of a delivery drudge, or person. Might that person be you? Sure, I guess. Huzzah! Let me give you the details then. All in all, there are 3 books in the delivery docket. The first, Ishgardian Astrology, a comprehensive theory, should be handed to the servant at Albright Manor. The white yonder is for a certain talkative book lover who you'll know by the constant stream of chatter. And the last, Narrow Road Through the Deep Grass, goes to one of the toughest, most unflappable gleaners I have ever met. I'll just mark their locations on this handy map, like so. Books are bought and paid for, no need to collect any coin, but do return to me for your own reward. Yeah, that's the thing, is ones in the cities are there to teach you the layout, so I did the same thing with the Crystarium. Hello friend, are you new to Charlian? You have that look about you. Uh-huh. I thought as much. Oh, I'm not bothering you, am I? I so rarely meet travelers from beyond our shores, and I couldn't pass up an opportunity to broaden my horizons. Can I assume a visitor such as yourself is eager to do the same? If you have an interest in learning about this city's history, for example, then I know the perfect person to give you an impromptu lesson. Head on over to Scholar's Harbor and keep an eye out for a black-haired Rogadin. That would be my brother. He'll know the tale of any pillar and statue you care to point out, and would be more than happy to share it with you. Neat. Okay. If those are crystals, they do have a lot of them just kind of hanging out. Mischievous Mikote. It's a kitten. Doll Dash. If I ask you for help, you'll help me, won't you? Yeah, sure. You will? Good, because I'm having a problem with a runaway doll. A doll? That's right, all I did was lend him a little ether, and he hopped up and dashed off down the street. Mama and Papa bought him for me as a special gift. Now I've gone and lost him. They'll be furious with me for losing the toy I kept asking for, so please, you have to help me find him. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll hurry home and see if he went there, and you can search, the rest of the city. Oh, he's a yellow carbuncle doll, by the way, and I think he was headed north. Anyway, meet me back here when you have him, or, you know, you just give up. Have your book. Welcome to Albright Manor. Do you have an appointment? I have a book. Jean Kennard? He wrote this? Oh no. Oh. Probably shouldn't take this very... Here you go. He's not the person who should be writing about Ishgardian astrology, considering he doesn't practice it, but okay. Ah yes, one copy of Ishgardian Astrology, a comprehensive theory, just as his lordship requested. I must confess to some confusion, however. What interest would his lordship, an esteemed practitioner of Charlene astrology, have in such an outdated Ishgardian discipline? Not that I am in any position to question his lordship's reading habits, of course. Ahem. On your way then. It's Albright, Albright. I'm thinking back to Astrologian quests. That name is from... The name rings a bell. I shouldn't bother looking it up, but I know, like, if that's the name of, like, the assassins that went after Leveva or something like that. Having this makes this... Having the map makes the navigation so much nicer. Oh, is that the carbuncle doll? Or is this a player's carbuncle? Okay, that's a real carbuncle. Ooh. Oh, there it is. You find a yellow carbuncle doll. Lifelike expressions aside, it appears to be otherwise motionless. Return to Journey's End and look. You just went over there. Okay. he wasn't there. I don't think I'll ever see him again. There you go. Found him, just like Big Mooney would have. Big Mooney? Oh, that's what I call the neighbor who used to play with me. She was so tall. Oh, it's Moonbreeder! No! Okay. How dare you? In a side quest, no less. She was so tall and smart and always so nice. Tell me stories about her friend, a powerful wizard who could summon his very own carbuncle companion. That's why I wanted one for myself. I have to learn how to move him around better though, so that when Mooney comes back she can see how hard I've been practicing my magics. This is for you. Papa says that when someone helps you, you have to show your gratitude, so thanks for finding my carbuncle. Bye! God damn it. Bonk. Bonk. Hello. Have a book. Yes, here. I feel like this is a book that I saw them talk about in the Namazu side quests. One of the books that What's-His-Face would talk about a lot, Sagetsu. Here you go. So this is a book about the Azim Steppe. Ah, is that my book? Good, I need it for my journey. I usually don't have a great deal of time for reading, but as I'm leaving for Authard on requisition duty, I wanted to do some research on Far Eastern cultures. I know little of the peoples of the Azim Steppe. It says here that there are 51 distinct Zayla tribes, each with their own customs and traditions. The Buduga, for example, are exclusively male and are known for kidnapping male outsiders to replenish lost numbers. Is this accurate? I'll need to tread carefully, it seems. Thank you for the timely delivery. Oh, another Ironheart, I see. Beg pardon, good madam. I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing log on your person. It wouldn't happen to be the adventure my niece wrote about, would you? Let's see. Ah, so it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Babeth Ironheart, Millet's aunt and seasoned explorer. Hey dear, and hand me that log of yours. Millet told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations of your own, so it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are not more than rumors, some describing locales so fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't fill itself, you know. is a statue gazer. Yes, was there something I might help you with? Your sister sent me to look at things. Ah, my dear sister, you say? She did indeed send you to the right man. For who better to teach you about Charlene's history than a studium-certified history professor? Oh god. Here, take my spyglass. Go on, take it. No time like the present to learn about the past. We shall begin your education with Divine Thaliak, the scholar himself. Huh? What am I looking at exactly? The scholar's feet. How is this crystally thing not relevant? The scholar's ewer, the scholar's head. Only 3 parts? Yes, so. 10 feet. If you've learned your history, you will know that the 6th Umbral Era brought a catastrophic flood to the lands of Eorzea. Yet when all seemed lost, the 12 Archons rose up and saved multitudes from a terrible fate. Of those 12, it was Archon Yunkref who brought our ancestors here in his ark, and together they founded what was come to become what was to become the great nation of Charlian. I see. Grammar machine broke. The beach at the foot of Thaliak's statue is the very spot where those first Charlians made land. I imagine how they must have felt on that day, some 1600 years ago. Oh, no! Don't play the same thing again. Mythology tells us that Thaliak bore a magic pitcher from which poured forth the waters of knowledge. See how the water is drawn up from the canals and cascades endlessly into the sea? As well as recreating the divine ewer from the tale, it also symbolizes the wisdom which rises from our city and flows out into the world. If you would like to learn more about the mechanism by which it works, the stonemasons who built it left records of their struggle in the archives of Numenon. Rather challenging construction by all accounts. And its head. The statue is a representation of Thaliak, one of the 12 dignities of Eorzea and guardian deity of Charlia. As a god of knowledge, he rules over rivers and wisdom. There was once a system of governments in Charlia known as the Ecclesia, a great gathering at which each citizen was given a voice in decisions affecting the nation's future. It was during one such forum wherein the people voted to elect Thaliak as our patron. It was not piety which drove this choice, but rather a natural progression of our principles and creeds. We Charlians have, after all, always devoted ourselves to the pursuit of knowledge. And there you have it. I hope you enjoyed your introduction to Charlian historical architecture. Yeah. If we are to do justice to the towering Thaliak, however, there is one last snippet of knowledge that we simply cannot overlook. Come along to the foot of the statue when I get there. I'm working on it, bud. Oh boy. Pray direct your attention to yon doors. Behind them, nestled within the statue itself, is a chamber known as the Pathless Way. Those who have acquired mastery over specialized disciplines, or whose deeds have led to significant advances in their chosen field, are invited to enter said chamber and receive the title of Archon. We place great value on the pursuit of knowledge, and thus the Archons are held in especially high regard. As the embodiment of our ideals, they are permitted to browse the forbidden archives and have ever stood at the center of our nation's greatest achievements. Now, as for the most secret and sacred ceremony which awards them their title, I am afraid that even I am not privy to the particulars. You will forgive me my ignorance on this subject, I hope. It's neat to know. Scholar and a gentlewoman, and thus concludes the lesson. Should you happen to return by the same route, pray convey my warmest regards to Bald Swiss. I'm going back there eventually. But not yet. You've just come back from hearing one of my brother's lectures, haven't you? It's another look I'm quite familiar with. His breadth of historical knowledge is extensive, sufficient to earn him the title of Archon, he hopes. The problem is, if his contributions to the field are to be officially acknowledged, he must have written recommendations from high-ranking professors, and in these tumultuous times, such ceremonial concerns have been pushed to one side. And so he idles away his spare moments at the harbor now, just gazing out at the ocean. Thought having an eager student might relight his spark, so I jumped at the chance to speak with you. I must apologize for not being more honest with my intentions. Please accept this gift for your troubles, and allow me to welcome you once more to Charlian. Wow. My home point here for now. How long must I wait? Forgive me, I was just thinking out loud. I made plans to meet my paramour, you see, but the time for a rendezvous is long past. As a member of the Forum, his work keeps him ever so busy, even more so than usual in recent days. Still, he promised he would put some time aside for me, for us. I don't suppose your wanderings will take you anywhere near Neoncraft's site today, will they? I need someone to check if he's there. Will I stay here? Just in case. I was literally just there, but okay. Thank you ever so much. My tardy sweetheart is an Ori man, brown hair, serious mien. Should you happen to spot him, pray convey the state of my rapidly mounting impatience. Okay. We'll go in that direction after I do these. Please tell me you've brought my new book. I've been waiting for what feels like ages for the latest shipment to arrive. Oh, Honorroy! You wrote a book? That's so cute! Yes, finally. Did you know The White Yonder was written by a lad of 14 years? I myself questioned how reliable such a work could possibly be, but a Far Eastern colleague with whom I've been exchanging correspondence says he absolutely swears by it. It describes the wonders of the Abelathian Sea of Clouds in exquisite detail, and is, by all accounts, a roaring good read. The bit about the fighting Pisces is said to be an especially entertaining episode. Well, I should let you return to your deliveries and whatnot. Thank you kindly for putting this long-awaited treat into my ever-so-grateful hand. And I'm gonna go to the MSQ, because that'll probably take me back towards the middle in a second. My directions are easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. Oh, this is the one from the launch thing. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. That sounds like a deep dungeon! Any citizen of Charlene is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I have dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alfina will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlean history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Oh, more reading. Should have known. It would be so much faster if you helped us look, but you can't actually help us look. Why did you get me here then? Whoa, wow, does this ever go down? Oh wait, this is the spot not just from the launch trailer, but from like the trailer. Hey, a sightseeing. I apologize for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing an unusually high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. So I just have to look. Okay. Brightly colored book. Story. You know I'm gonna read all of them anyway because I want the lore. But ugh. Read the book. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Nyunkref. Nyunkref was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Youngcraft's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, and Youngcraft wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Well, while that ruins my theory about that, I thought the water level was that high before, but apparently not. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside him, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Youngcraft gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Oh, that's neat. Red-covered book. Roads of Old, the Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311, in the 6th Astral Era. I'm gonna add that to my timeline spreadsheet. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idyllshire. Following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idyllshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in greater detail. Leather-bound tome. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. A larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. Blue covered. An introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Alamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the forum, or mention the history of Charlian. That's fine, I just want to read all of them. Leave me alone. Well-worn manual. Forever 20 summers. Huh? My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You be 19 or 23 or 40, whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject. You don't say. I think this is the only book left. Stewards of Wisdom. That sounds right. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Yunkref, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. Charlians took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. On a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founder's teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Let's see. They've gained a fundamental knowledge of Charlian history and the foundation of the forum. Okay, head to the outside. Yeah, but there's like another one. Isn't there? No? Okay, there's not. Hello, you two. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should also be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically. So we had no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they even are that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside, but it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. Oof. Harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. So where are you from? Oh, Ilsabard! Oh! Southern reaches of Ilsabard. In fact, for generations my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavner. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and ship by ship brought in subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Oh, fun! Ha! Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amonis. When I was a boy, a nearby town... Oh, I read ahead, I saw the name. A nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. How appropriate that the region is called Corvus, and Nail was called the White Raven. Ooh, that's a lot of fun coincidences. Moving on. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. Huh. Never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. With sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear, another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Carolyn. More company should be arriving any moment now. Getting the Graha deep lore. What am I interacting with? The destination again. I still talk to them really quick. See what they have to say in between. What else do I know of Corvos? Precious little, I am afraid. I've not returned since Master Galuf first brought me here. Oh! He brought Kryle's dad? Grandfather? Kryle's grandfather. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their imperial masters, so the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets! Flying carpets! Legends are quite extraordinary. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events, if I could find anything to better inform the Forum's baffling behavior. We've returned with our selections. Well, I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? Go for it. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Shoot! What questions you got? Thanks. Now, where to begin? I mean, do I get to answer? Okay, cool. First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? The sound, the sound, the sound, the sound, the sound. The complete destabilization of creation magics. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether. The worst kind of phenomenon. Okay, let's be serious here. Be serious. A complete destabilization of creation magics. It messed with their creation magics, so it spawned horrible things. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of these summoning rituals, promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The sound! The sound! The sound! The sound! There it is. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Yeah, the sound, the sound, the sound. Please explain what it is. That's what I'm more interested in than the final days themselves. Where did that come from? What is it? Ah yes, the Amarotines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by an ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarot was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? If you consider the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They knocked down. They summoned Zodiark. To give the planet wills so that it could restructure things and fix stuff. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark. Trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vanat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're capable of doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Just getting a sweater. Positions here again. More reading, I assume. It really is comforting to have all these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught on the final days, then that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope, anyway. You have updated text? Nope. Okay. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garen oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, will be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortuno with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Oh no. Okay, give me a book. I'll read some more. You labor for what feels like an age as Y'shtola's research assistant. Everybody else still saying the same stuff. Appears to be lost in his room. None of them seem to be having a good time right now. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? I mean, yeah, I guess, technically. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Well, I did find one paper focused on the world before the advent of the first Umbral Calamity, but it reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. Okay. Oh. A seat at the last stand. Ready for a tea break, Carolyn? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. turning in these quests while I'm in this direction. All safely delivered? Ah, of course they were. My shop is well known for carrying publications not only from Charlian authors, but from all manner of foreign chroniclers and tale-tellers. Meaning every time a new shipment comes in, I'm faced with an avalanche of work. I would have been buried alive without your assistance today, so here's a little something to show my gratitude. Go on, you've earned it. Sir. Here are to efficiently supply the mumble requisition requests for the gleaners and mumble no time for mistakes. Ethonkin. Poke. Hello, sir. Girlfriend's looking for you. My Thaliax Quill, where did you spring from? Grows tired of waiting? I'm not sure I... Oh gods, that was today. I'm so engaged with my tasks that I must go to her immediately. And you must be rewarded for this service. Come along, please. Quickly now, quickly. Okay. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Talaforoi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Sure. Hello. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Talaforoi, these enemies of peace and promise an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Levaeur girl, aren't you? This woman with you, obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes. Oh, well... Okay. Well, I must apologize. Foolish me to expect more civility from one so enlightened. Come, Caroline. Jeez. A jerk. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Talaforoi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Lavalleur. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortuno that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. We do not wish to give offense, but your companion is a well-known figure in the city, and you never know who might be... See, here's the thing. By refusing to give an opinion, it means you're hiding something. Like, you're acting very suspicious. Dickon. Wow. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion. I feel like frequenting and on occasion cancel each other out, but okay. In between lessons at the studium. It seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? Yeah, no. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Lavalleur. No matter how discreet Master Fortuno may have been, news of your family's doings never stay secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak to me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? And few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Sure? Go for it. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. Tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla, sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Huh? So you're the lobster. Oven-baked lobster is one of Last Stand's most famous dishes. The flavor is said to be phenomenal, but unfortunately, so is the price. Oh, I have to do it in order. Okay. Tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. Hey, I heard about the Tilafaro. The Talafahu? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. No, thank you. Please, let's go over here. Ah, finally. 2468. Let's dig in. No time to waste. You heard of the Talafaroi? Yeah, casual stuff. What? The Talafaroi? Ah yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Have you heard of the Tilapori? Name ring a bell? Final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folks who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Tilapori make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor, and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Okay, so they're not pretending that the final days don't exist. They're just not helping, so they're doing something else. I'm gonna hold my theory that they're planning on trying to leave. Maybe like the whole planet. Something. Or make like a big bubble around themselves. They're planning some kind of defensive thing. Trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Kinda. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. And Dickon had nothing to offer. He's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, the cup of coffee I promised. Nice, thank you. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the parasol, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Perfect place to witness something suspicious go down.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
I doubt that. I doubt anything you say would change his mind, especially if they have a plan to try and, like, keep you away. Yeah, like I said, perfect time to see suspicious things. Perfect place.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum.
Suspicious.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Actually, now that they've name dropped it, I can go ahead and talk about it. Those elevators. Yeah. I said they led to Labyrinthos. This is an explanation of what Labyrinthos is. I wonder if we get to go to Labyrinthos, like, in this little section. Or if that's like a go away and come back later thing. Oh. There we go. Well, judging by that name, I think we're going to Labyrinthos. Okay. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Oh, look. Kira has the 2B hair on. Ah, it looks so cute. Oh, my sweetheart finally arrived thanks to your gentle reminder. He looks so exhausted from his endless labors, however, that I sent him home to rest. I had a feeling he would be at Mooncraft's site. They say that spur of rock was where the eponymous Archon used to sit when he had matters to meditate upon. My habitually late love holds Mooncraft in great esteem, both for his role as the founder of Sharlayan and the Ark he built to save people from the floodwaters of Sixth Umbral Calamity. I'll have an inkling of where to look when the appointed time of our trysts has passed. In any case, I should go and be with him whilst we still have some spare moments to enjoy. Oh, but I mustn't forget your reward. A little token of appreciation from the two of us to you. I can go up this hill, or if this is like solid. That dude's running straight at it. Like there's an uphill spot. Come back, Carol. For a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Yeah, they're shipping stuff. Moving a lot more than usual. All that jazz. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. The sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Carolyn and Alizé learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive needs. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. What should we expect down there? Hopefully not kazoo music. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help, Uraha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. It literally didn't occur to me that we could go. I thought it was just exploring. Oops. Sorry, I hit my mic. I thought it would just be exploring Sharlayan, and I was like, okay, cool. I kind of, even though I knew Labyrinthos was connected, I didn't expect it would be this early. I expected it would be, like, secret. Not just a thing people know about. Oh, you know, Labyrinthos. That place that everybody, you know. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Oh! Okay. I'm following you. Lead the way. Pleasant here amongst the trees, but we really should move along. Now we run. Try to keep up. Okay, well, please do. Oh, she's zooming. She's like actually running now, thank God. Keep to the path straight. She's like actually moving at running speed. This is great. I thought she was gonna walk the whole way there with like the slower than my walk speed thing. Oof. Up here. Okay. Ooh. Rostra, not far now. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. The gang's all here. You didn't take a wrong turn into the roster there, did you? I doubt the firm would take kindly to you barging into a private session. Not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. Did the Forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much did they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone into the lift, and down we go. Crossing my fingers that the kazoo music is gone.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
It's nighttime, so it kind of doesn't work right now, but I get it.
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
This cutscene would be much more impressive if it was daytime. Whoopsie. Hold on.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see. And once upon a time, this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Bunny boy. Gasp.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
You okay? What's up?
Did you call to me just now?
Oh. Oh. I also didn't hear anything.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
Oh.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Suspicious. Very strange. Keep my eye on target. It's the middle of the night. It's not going to be daytime for a while. That's kind of sad. Means I won't get to know about whether or not they got rid of the kazoo music or not. Erinville, Mr. Bunny Boy. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of varmints running loose. Let's see. The Bunny Boy. Okay. Let me think. The receipt should be item 1058. Lemon seeds 1059. Snurbbleberry 1060. Or were they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? More out than in? There's a lookout spot. Pretty. Very big. You wanna know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. We just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Interesting. Any luck, Carolyn? What tales did the Gleaners have to tell? This grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Okay. Someone linked the, Oh, they sit sideways. Interesting. How do they die? Ooh, pretty. Still very blue, though. Let's see, Edenmorn new lists. Neat. It would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Carolyn, I have an idea. Sure. Didn't one of the Gleaners you mentioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, it's a more friendly and lightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! Wish to help me find the marmots? I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering it out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Yeah, let me help you. What's up? Definitely not in it for personal gain. Name is Erinville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, capture of these Nakshan marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so you'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Go. Big. This thing. A troll. Troll in the dungeon. No. No Harry Potter references allowed. Gross. Cute. That's a player. Huh. There it goes. I don't want to join the fate. I just want to sneak around it. Oh. Okay, well. Put it in the bag. Oh. Well. Oh, is he up there anyway? Wow. They did say they made some changes to, they reduced the number of ether currents and changed locations of them in previous areas. So I'm wondering if they're going more along like the Heavens Ward line of ether current location, where they're just kind of on the path. Very interesting. Oh, the old ether compass is gone. Rat sack. Rat sack. Squeak, squeak. Oh my god, finally. Third time's the charm. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Well, boy oh boy, it's your lucky day. Here you go. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Hey Kaza, I haven't even checked. Have the healer queues like gone way up again? I'm assuming they probably have. In which case, oof. Thankfully the minimum 19 minutes. Oh, that's rough. You have become a DPS queue. Most are around 30 plus. Oof. That's rough. Okay, have become DPS. It's just DPS queues. Oof. Back to tank queue supremacy. But still, ouch. Ugh. Hopefully it'll slow down within a couple of days. It's just because everybody's going nuts over Sage right now. I feel like once people get their Sages to 80 and the point where they can like start doing Endwalker MSQ with it, you'll probably see the queue time start to slow down. Speed up. You know what I mean. Queue length lower. Queue time shorten. Thankfully the markets. Yeah! I think, aren't a lot of people in Zadnor for leveling them? I would have thought. I mean, you still have to get to 71 before you can do that. I was considering picking up Sage or Reaper for MSQ, and then I was like, you know what? The queues for both are probably going to be terrible, so I'll just stick with a tank and just do it later. Ugh. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation. It's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. I asked you to capture them in the first place, anyway. Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late, the honorable members of the Forum, who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned out for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. Ah, so they're gathering easily replenishable provisions, perhaps for a journey on some kind of arc? A space arc this time. They're making a spaceship. They're gonna leave the planet. We got precedents. We got the arc. We got Neoncraft's Hope, the arc. We got the Mock, the Void arc. We got space arc coming. Just you wait. They're making a spaceship, baby! I don't know. This is my guess. There you are, Carolyn. Is this the gleaner you mentioned, the one who was looking for lost marmots? Yes. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryl of the students of Baldessian. The others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? I like this guy. It's almost daytime. We're almost gonna hear if they put the freaking kazoo music in. Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your service. The sunlight approaches and so does... Oh, the music is cut. You learn anything new from your friend there? Well, I mean, yeah, it confirms that it was the Forum that's been gathering the stuff. You've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that this fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophorai made their chilling declaration. Seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Yeah, nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. Yeah, they've been making an escape plan. The Telophoroid's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely. Let us not leap to conclusions just yet. At the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? Get friggin' Pokemon. And there we can reach the lower... Okay, Kryle, listen here. What's up? Kryle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Don't lie! Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. Don't lie! What's wrong with you? At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. Follow the path east through the forest we were chasing after that mouse. Or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Kryle. Suspicious. Oh god. Daytime music. Well, let's... Well... So now it looks more impressive. Also, I haven't heard the kazoos, but so far, so good. But yeah, look, see, that's much nicer. The artificial sun, fake sky. Now it looks much more impressive. Let's look out over this bridge here. Okay. It's no longer kazoo. It was a very shrill and annoying kazoo in the trailer. They've replaced it. It sounds more tolerable. This is nice. This is not ear-piercing anymore. Cute. Moving on. As is usual for me, I do side quests in 2 cities, but I don't do side quests on the main maps unless they're Ether Current quests, so... Speaking of which... Oh, that's quite a cliff. I will wait. Don't worry about me, I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Hey, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands are undivided. No. You caught in mist on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid, so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. This is the foremost material archive in Charlian. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear I have little time for such indulgences. Behold, the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Charlene's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. See, all I'm hearing here is deep dungeon. You're describing a deep dungeon. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. More traditional-looking aetherite. This is not the Charlean one upstairs. This ether current is relatively close. Ooh, gemstone trader, hold on. Right. I actually have to do side quests. I can't just ignore fates, because I have to do them to get the riding maps for the areas. Forgot about that. I don't even have the shared fates menu open yet. Hot damn. Maybe I have to do a fate before it opens. Either way, there's a... It's an ether current somewhere around here. You know what I didn't do? Give me a sec. Gotta test something. Oops. System configuration. I don't know what the battle music sounds like, and I'm not turning it on permanently, but I'm curious. So I'm gonna pull like one thing. Pretty cool. Still leaving it turned off, but like, neat, I guess. Now to find that ether current. Well, never mind. Oh, you want to know what this map is? If you're a Guild Wars 2 person, you'll probably understand what I'm saying. It's like Draconis Mons, but more structured. For those who don't know Guild Wars, built inside a volcano, partially terraformed. In this case, this one's fully terraformed. More importantly, judging by what I'm seeing here, giant spiral structure. Except Draconis Mons spirals up, and this one spirals down. Very interesting. Anyway. Hello, custodian. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Suspicious. Not us, then. I suppose we better move along to another facility. Building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? No. That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. Wait, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it would be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step outside for a moment, shall we? I mean, we could just walk there. There seemed like there was a decent enough amount of space. Students of Baldessian. Suspicious, suspicious, suspicious. I mean, they technically are students of Baldessian. I don't know why you're harumphing about it. The Forum must be wary of exposure, indeed, to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're going to close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. The upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. I did attune to the Seathorite, right? Is the Ilsabard icon so weird looking? Oh, it's in the others section. Well, that's nice. I think the Ilsabard has... So would... I'm assuming Thavnir's not the far east. It's the near east. Is it gonna go in others too? Huh. Oh well. There's one. Bemused student. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. Uh-oh. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Could I see this creature? Squeal, squeal. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. What is it? At first, we thought it might have escaped from one of the research laboratories, but when we reported our find to the studium, they were just as dumbfounded as we were. If it truly is a newly discovered species, we could have our names appear in a gazette. So, don't like that. Considering everything. Creation magics. Stuff like that. Running amok. Creating new things. Suspicions. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a greener fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he's doing. Okay. It's got a pack. Is that like the dude again? Aaronville or whatever his name was? Asmarat Astroponics. God, that sounds very Asura. And the door's locked. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Oh, it is Aaronville. What are you looking for? Ah, it's you again. Don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloud King I need to capture is close. Very close. I can help with that, if you want. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. I did not turn off Chocobo name. Let's see if I can adjust that. There we go. No more Chocobo names in the way. Okay, looking for the hornbill. That it? No. That says caw, but it's not. It's cool. This one, I think. Green and caw, so nice.
Shot.
Oh, he's voiced. Wasn't expecting that.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
Wait, you have like the same kind of accent that the V's in the first have, kind of. Wasn't really expecting that.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties.
Okay, so they do have the same accent as the V's. Interesting. I'm here for it, but okay.
But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Suspicious. And ominous. Killing it?
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Ah! I mean, yeah, that works. There is also a whole ass extra continent, 2 continents even, that we haven't been to in this world.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Hey, you gave us more information.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
Probably not all of us.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift.
Oh.
I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Oof. Fair enough.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
From what I've seen, Kaza, it does look like once you get to 71, it's just Zadnor all the way. When I was doing Baja's Zadnor story on my other character, I went from 71 to 80 just in the process of leveling, like doing this Adnor story. Obviously, the more metal you have, the higher level you are, the more experience you get. So if you've already got it maxed out and you just jump in, you get like... I was getting like 3 to 3.5 million experience per critical engagement. And I think 200 to 300,000 XP per skirmish. If I remember correctly. Obviously the experience values have changed now because of downscaling, I think. But like, you know, like it was pretty good. It's way faster than I expected it to be.
While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Thank you for being voiced, bunny boy. Bunoi. I hope you don't die.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
So I'm trying to figure out if this map is going to be cut in half in some way. Like how Calusia and, well, literally every map from the first two parts of every expansion goes. I haven't seen how yet. Amaro, friend. So this one to the southwest is like over the river. Yeah, it's like down a layer, I think. Unless it's in this building? This building doesn't open. Could it be on the side? Oh. I can't get to the side. It's gotta be down. I am noticeably lagging sometimes with some of these skills. Oh boy. This'll be fine. The medial circuit, which Arenville mentioned, is here directly below us. Unlike the lowest level of Labyrinthos with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. Do a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. I never would have noticed this cave on my own, thanks to the scholar, that Arenville knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. How would you not have noticed it? The road leads right to it. Anyway. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. My chocobo's gone. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. I don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Ooh. It's not that dark. Very repeaty texture though. Probably around this way. Destination and a fight. God, this feels like the red chocobos all over again. Maybe it is in the other side. Nighttime. Is that freaking the plant lady from... what's it called? Yan and Sith? What was her name? From Grand Cosmos. The mineshaft was infested with mithril caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder? I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? Lynn, did you know Kryl almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. I'm not injured, if you don't count my pride. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. Baronville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Oh, you're A rank. But that is indeed the same model. Ew. Slimy noises. Just want to unfog this bit. Logisticon Alpha. Wow, this is a huge building. Not gonna go any further than that. Grapes. Huh. Okay. Ah, now I know where we are. This is Mariel, our agronomics. Mariel agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. U10 to the north, you say? We are heading in that direction. Hello. You are Zayla. Hi. Hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We just went through the mine shaft. Mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the Forum has us filling order lists a malm long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. I have ought to be taken down below, more than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. God, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale of the very place on which Labyrinthos was modeled, and in the south of Ilsabard. Boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such a bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amonis. Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It has since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Let's see. The stack of crates on the hill is going below. That sounds promising. I'll gather the others and join you there. A moment to go get this etherite. Stacked boxes. Labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. Lunar flowers, perhaps? Remind me of lunar tears from near. They're not the right shape, but they're the right color.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Hello?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Interesting.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Can't wait for this to be relevant.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Learned about some cool flowers.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Arcane?
Arcane. So you say it.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
We're not about to watch this Benui get murdered.
Difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate.
Can we perhaps... We have not yet reached the end, Hob. We have been walking. The end is not in sight. I haven't found it yet.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Ryle, you doing okay over there?
Cryle?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Ryle, we need to have a sit down and chat. Be more specific though, Hob. The quests range from level 81 to 90, and we're still in the from 80 to 90. We're still in the level 80 quests, which are the introduction quests to the base story. Usually how it's structured is you see about half of, you have like an introduction to the city that you're going to be in, one of the two cities. You get introduced to half of one map, half of another map, and then the stories like converge again and keep going. I have gone through the introduction to the first city, and I found the split, and I'm doing this right now. I'm halfway, maybe halfway. I feel like I'm reaching the end of this first split. The map's pretty big. But it's very like ringed and stuff, so I feel like I'm reaching an end soon, where I'm not gonna be able to go much further. Everybody's noticing that Kryle's being weird. Okay. Hey. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still reach him. Additionally, the first dungeon, kind of where the first dungeon shows up kind of varies. But it's usually after the story converges again, so I'm not expecting a dungeon for quite a while. But you never know. There might be something that I haven't seen yet. In this building? This is the lower level of the place. Okay, the door doesn't open. Okay. 300 to the west. Bridge. I want to see what's this way. It's divided by walls. And appears that each wall section, I'm gonna make an assumption, is each section a different element. Still trying to figure out this. There's one dungeon that I haven't been able to place where it is from the screenshots, so. Because we have like little preview teasers of different areas. 158 to the west. We're gonna get that. Frogs. Southwest. I see it. This map that we're in right now is located underneath the city that we went to. It's actually underground. It's got a like a synthetic sky and sun. It's just nighttime right now, so it's not super obvious. But yeah, we are underground. 232 to the west. That's also pretty close, but I'm starting to get far away from the quest, so I'm going to go back to it, because it's probably going to send me in here anyway. I'm waiting for the proverbial shit to hit the fan with this expedition we're doing. We're trying to figure out why the people in the city are being so secretive and unwilling to help us with things. As we like sneak around, and I'm waiting for us to get caught sneaking around and get in trouble. We've fallen too far behind, and this damned mist won't help matters. Okay. Seems Yushola wishes to have a word with us. Still hear it. Kryl, would you please talk to us? Oh my god. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticom Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. Only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop my— Are you gonna freaking toad us? Oh my god. That's illegal. Hello, M. Frog. Oh my god, this music. Freaking zero hesitation. Of course you would freaking toad us, Master Matoya. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map. Okay. Am Frog. Ribbit. Let's go. They say anything other than ribbit? Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alit Toad are now accompanying you. We are now Frog and Frog. Oh, I have to unsummon my chocobo. I can't be walking around with the chocobo following me. I'm a frog. Okay. Go away. Oh wait. Oh no, I can't unsummon him. Okay, well, don't worry. It's just I'm being chased. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, the noise. This is highly silly. Can I use the ether current? No. It's another warrior here running past. What could you possibly have to say, other than ribbit? Discuss your surroundings. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand he is telling you that this is the wrong way. See, talk, ribbit. Alitoad turns to face the north, suggesting you cross the bridge. Yeah, cow. I wonder if I heard that name before. I was gonna say... Ah! Jack and Daxter! Yeah, that's exactly it! I knew the name sounded familiar. Thank you. I was like, that is something. That is from something near and dear to my heart, but I couldn't place it. Oh, that was a fun one. Yeah, I was gonna say riveting content, and then I realized in my own head I smacked myself for not saying riveting content. Hey, frog time, baby! Hello, M. Froge. Oh my god. This is so good. Just 3 frogs hopping down the road. Never mind.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
Oof.
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty.
Oh, there it is. Ooh. I see.
And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
This is proving my spaceship arc leave the planet theory. I think. It's given it a little bit more legs to stand on.
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Frog, hello. Oh, he looks suspicious.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
How?
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
Bro, how did you see through that? That's impressive.
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
I like this guy. Thanks, bro. I really hope.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
Really hope he doesn't die. I like this guy a lot, actually.
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. You would know. I like this guy. I am a fan. Huge fan. Our toad performance needs work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention next time I see one. Southwest. Okay. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlian has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Guide of sorts. Looks like we're going to the Forum? What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Krile for the moment, see what they think of this. You have fun with that. There's an ether current I need to go get first. I'm gonna unfog this little upper area. Whoa, it's big. Oh, look, a black sheep. Cute. Oh, there's a lot of sheep in this corner. I think that's just the cliff upper area. There's no point in me going up there. So that middle area is basically like... This is like the Charlian version of Azizla, basically. Except where the Alligans decided to, like, lift up a piece of the land and float it and just, like, build all their stuff and do all their tests and stuff up in the air. Charlian decided to go down and build their stuff underground instead. Because, like, look, there's the central complex. And it's got all this ring around it with all these different sectors that all that one has an aetheryte that all feed into the center, I assume. Oh, very interesting. 199 to the southeast. I'm pretty confident I can't get there. Oh, maybe. Maybe if I jump down here. Oh, these guys aren't even hostile or anything. 183 to the south. Oh, yeah. I can't go any further than this, so it's gotta be in there. My need for completion bothers me on the split maps because I can't get all the ether currents and I'm just sitting there pressing the button and being sad. Saw a frog run past me. It's funny how normal the forest seems now. As a toad, it was all so much more ominous and threatening. Where is... Oh yeah, Growl's not here. Ishtola. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl and discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas just in case she decided to wander. Those flowers have something to do with Hydaelyn. Definitely. So sad. I don't think I can get any more ether currents. I think that's... Oh, yeah, I have half of them. So the other half are probably... How do I get back up there? There's an ether current quest to pick up here. Lost little troll. Wow. Oh dearie me. What's up? My sweet Shaggles, one of the Archeon's precious samples, has fled. Let's see. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm Noelle Tia, an archivist. The Archeon is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped. A young troll, to be specific, though I hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you, so could you please help me retrieve the specimen? Yeah, sure. My thanks. I will continue my search of this area. I'd like you to check the 33rd facet. Once you've had a comprehensive look about, please meet me at the Archeon to report your findings. Okay, I don't want to deal with that just yet. Because that's backtracking. The flowers were up this hill, right? I think. Oh, oh. There's a marker. What you doing there, Kryle?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Okay. Why?
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Okay.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Crystal Mom, please stop possessing my friends. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Thank you.
Don't like that. Don't like that. Get out of her. No.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
I still don't like it.
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
Answers freaking playing in the back again.
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
I'm still waiting. You know, on that note, speaking of the ethereal sea, I'm very interested in if the anti-tower is going to be relevant, because it's basically pokes directly into the ethereal sea.
After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Aww.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Is it Emmett? I bet it's Emmett. Oh.
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
It'd be great if you just spoke straight instead of in riddles, since you clearly want me to do something. Giving me too much credit. But fine. Thanks for the flower, please get out of my friend. Oh.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
I guess since we're underground.
Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was.
Would make sense that that she'd have a bit of a stronger signal underground, because it's closer to the ethereal sea.
Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
I suppose so.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Uh-oh. Oh god, it's Fortuno. Come on, time to throw down.
Master Fortuno? What business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
What clandestine behavior? We were helping people.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Let's not have this true caretakers conversation again.
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Absent companion?
Grah!
Oh, right.
Why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
From a gameplay standpoint, I know we're not gonna get kicked out because, like, it's one of the key story locations. So, I have to return back there to pick up the quest to go to Thavnir. So this isn't gonna end with me getting kicked out. But, like, that's all I got.
But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
We weren't even doing anything. We were helping, if anything. We're just walking around asking people about plants and helping dudes catch animals. Skulking. Rude. However, this feels like we're reaching the end of this part. Oh, thank God I don't have to run there. Hello, all 99 of you assholes. Let's go. I said I was gonna throw down with Fortuno. I'll do it. 1v1 me, Ishgardian style, baby. Let's go. Trial by combat. Let me prove my innocence.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuno, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
I know that he disowned them, but I feel like he should not be allowed to I know that it's like an equal forum of 99 people, but he's in like the main row. I don't think he should be allowed to sit in on this because it involves his children. Even if he's disowned them, he's still biased and he should not be allowed to be in here. But
as you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation.
Krau's got her hood down. Oh my god!
Associates of the
Hold on.
students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh
Oh, look
Dawn.
at Kryle's hair! Oh my god, it's so cute! She's got a little pink bow! Ah! That's so cute. Give me a close-up. I want to look at her cute little hair.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
Her hair's a lot longer than I thought it would be.
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Yeah, frick, this is probably nothing compared to dealing with Vothri for however freaking long. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, this is not as bad as Vothri. These are at least, you know, adults, even if they're pretentious. They're not like pretentious children. Ugh.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene.
This is politically throwing down with the forum. I would like to physically throw down, but I understand that we can't do that, so keep tear into him. Get him, Graha.
But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
270 years ago. I'm sure you're gonna say what that was, so I won't open my spreadsheet.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Thank you. The anti-tower is indeed relevant. Nice. What did they find in the ethereal sea?
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Ooh, Y'shtol's pissed. I haven't heard this much sarcasm in her voice, I think, ever.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Seen what? Bro, are you being force choked? Or are you...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival.
The least you could do is let us look at your resources, which is what we wanted in the first place.
Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Yeah, I don't like you saying that now with a little bit more context.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall. Until our last breath.
Yay, she said the line.
Such misguided zeal.
Is it that you think we can't win, or that you don't want us to beat whatever is coming?
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Oh.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand,
Potential friend?
By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Yeah, we just want information, man.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
I like this guy.
Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
I don't see any Lalafels in this. Bit hard to tell sometimes, though.
Master
Oh wait, there's one.
raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
Fair enough. I mean, we found out what we needed, and probably all we
Put
could.
this judgment to a vote. All in favor? Raise your hand.
Like, we're not gonna find out much else unless we're freaking breaking into places, which we're not trying to get in the way and break any laws. We're just looking at stuff. So, like, I think we got all we really needed. It's a pretty good amount, I think.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
That's a fast count, dude. Wow.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
Well, don't falsely accuse us of doing stuff, and we'll be fine. Let's not have another
Honored
issue.
members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Let's not have another Ishgard incident, huh? Oh, there's a Vera. Wonder if there's a Hrothgar in here. They wouldn't be able to wear the stupid hat, so... The Vera wasn't wearing a hat. Thank the gods for Scholark Monteshane. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. My father may be right that I am still groping in the dark for answers, but I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Arnvald, and myself. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section, and knocked over the security mammoth on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlian. We shall have to think very carefully about how we are to proceed from here. State visitor. Oh. So, actually, I'm not stopping, but I am going to cut my local recording and restart it because I don't want to have really, really long videos to process. So, give me a second here. YouTube people, if you have been watching, thank you. I am uploading all of these at once, so you can proceed directly to the next one. There is a playlist, there's links, crap, I don't know, YouTube things, that stuff. So you'll be able to proceed directly to the next one. So, thanks, and I'll see you in a couple of minutes, hopefully. Bye!